There we are. Wow. So we've done gone live. Am I crazy or what? Yeah. So I kind of basically am starting this broadcast out, looking and hoping some of the old boys will see me in here and maybe come on in. So I don't know if they will. They're all pretty busy out there. So we're just kind of let it go live here and see what happens. This is kind of like my first time, so I don't really know how this is going to work. So I suppose I can poke it around a few of my friends and see if anybody wants to come in. Kind of a quiet time. Must be everybody out and about. Out and about. Let's see. I guess that's the only ones that are live. I could try to send it to him, but I don't think it's going to go. Okay, it's not going to go. Nope. He already kicked it out. Crap.
66 Imperial convertible, a 1962 Cadillac Sedan DeVille, a 1957 Chevrolet 150, a 1955 Ford F100 pickup, and a 1937 Oldsmobile, as well as many more cars that were never showcased on television. However, as you can tell, the old man loves his vehicles. "I guess my favorite is my 62 Cadillac," he said. He owned that car for 18 years. The 62 Caddy, the 63, and the 66 Imperials, they're land yachts. They've got the turning radius of the
Wow. So just to let we all in on everything. We got to move some stuff around here, so don't think that we're ignoring you. Yeah. Food in here, okay. That. This one. Oh, great. Well, we ain't getting no fucking audience, that's for sure. So here we are on the Steam. Never used this before, so I'm kind of just winging it. Huh. Oh, I got a one view. Oh, me, of course. Yeah. I'm my own worst enemy. What the heck? What the heck? Well, there we are. Don't mind me. If you want to come in, there's a link there. I think you can come in and just hanging out, shooting the ball. Reseller paradise, you know what I mean? On the big white. The camera's off. Oh, really did. Good. Slowly picking up coins over the time. Working on it, working on it. Every day we're working on it. Oh, I think I'm messing it up. The virus cross. Hold back the virus. Then buzz. And we're gonna figure that baby out. Oh. Yeah, I've got a little unload. Basics.
Of the show. You're listening to Live from here at Hardly Strictly Bluegrass in San Francisco. Stay tuned for more from our special guests, J.S. Andara, Grace Potter, Aoife O'Donovan, and Nori Davis. You're listening to another more broadcasting live from here at Hardly Strictly Bluegrass in San Francisco. Live from here is supported by T. Rowe Price, offering a strategic investing approach that examines investment opportunities firsthand. Institutions, advisors, employers, and individuals choose T. Rowe Price Investment Office. And by KiwiCo, helping redefine the future of play and working to make learning seriously fun. KiwiCo creates engaging hands-on projects that teach kids of all ages concepts in science, engineering, math, design, and more. Learn more at kiwico.com/radio. And by Noom, a personalized weight loss program designed to give people knowledge to set new goals and tools to stick to them for good. Learn more at noom.com. And by ReputationDefender.com, introducing their Reputation Report Card, which scans and grades a person's online presence in real time, showing people how they look online and what people matter. More at reputationprinter.com. And by Staples with printers, printer ink, and toner cartridges for home and business, and in-store print shops with customized presentations, books, manuals, more at Staples stores. Staples. These are bizarre times, but we've been making a variety show straight from our homes to the internet. Check it out and even participate by searching for hashtag live from home. If you're listening right now, you're an important part of our community, and there's more we'd like to share with you over at livefromhere.org. Enjoy hours of breathtaking performances with entire episodes, video clips of your favorite artists, and curated YouTube playlists. Sign up for our newsletter and check out new merch. All that and more at livefromhere.org. Live From Here is produced by American Public Media.
Americans are worried about their physical health and the health of their finances. I only had 2 tables and made $25.
A couple of major retailers have completely closed.
I'm definitely on a furlough for a hiatus.
How the coronavirus is affecting the economy. Those stories and the latest on the outbreak's spread. Sunday on Weekend Edition from NPR
News. This is VPR. Live From Here goes on 1 more hour. We have funding today from our many listeners and from Affectionately Cats in Williston, providing feline veterinary services and boarding suites, providing telemedicine consultation and curbside admission. AffectionatelyCats.com. And from Simon Pierce, makers of handcrafted glass and pottery, whose online store is open for pickup or delivery. SimonPierce.com. This is VPR 88.7 WRVP Rutland, 94.3 WVPN FM Bennington, 88.5 WVPA St. Johnsbury, 89.5 WVPR Windsor, 88.9 WVPA Brattleboro, 107.9 WVPS Burlington, and on your smart speaker. You're tuned in to VPR.
Welcome back. You're listening to Live From Here, a rebroadcast of our show from Hardly Strictly Bluegrass in San Francisco. Eva O'Donovan is here, and Eva, this is your second set today. You performed with the Kronos Quartet earlier. You hanging in there?
I'm doing great. You know, this is a good place to spend a day.
It is a mighty fine place and way to spend the day. Tell us, at least as much as you dare, about this song, Pearls.
Here's a song that I wrote a couple years back. It's on my first solo record, and I guess it's loosely kind of inspired by my lineage. You may know me as an Irish person, Aoife O'Donovan. It's a very Irish name. But on my mother's side, I'm descended from Rebecca Nurse of the Salem Witches. And so that's. Are you also? Are we cousins?
No, just your run-of-the-mill feeling enthusiasm over here.
Okay. Anyway, so this is kind of inspired by a little bit inspired by that, if you will. If you make up that, what you will. I'll try. Ripples in the water taste like wine. Tell me one more time that I'll be fine. Tell me one more time about the pain. What you gonna do for this pride? Wanna do me so. Does she look like me? Does she look like me? Wanna feel it up, I wanna put it down. Wanna see you there, I wanna see you proud. I sit out on the back of a chicken bird's cars. Chevy and walk that with me. He's a penny for your thoughts, and a muscle like ours. On the shores of your country, she's of you. Keep saying the juice and she skipped it. Just tell me when you're looking out, track her down, wonder where that's strand around my throat. Now I'll lead you over that road. Better than fire in the morning, set you free. Tell me one more time that I'm the guy. I'm the only one who loves you. Sit on the back porch, hear the birds calling. Jerk the air on that with me. Here's a penny for your thoughts and a muscle like golf. River on the shores of good country. She's got a silver line on the shell that's mine. She's the lucky one. There's a save the girl for me. I'll turn her into jewelry. For the daughter of the man I love. She's a
You see him on Conan and HBO's Succession, but check out his Comedy Central half-hour special, hitting the air November 8th. Please welcome back to the stage, Nori Davis.
I'm happy to be here in San Fran, get out of New York, because it's so expensive. Like, I'm going to get rid of my car. Such a scam. It is a scam. You know what they're doing? They're getting rid of all the toll booths, and they're putting up cameras, so when you go through a camera, they take a picture, and they bill you in the mail. So basically, they don't want their money. It's like, what is mail? Y'all still look in that box? I don't. I'm not 87 years old. You better hit me on Instagram. What do you want? The tolls are following you. Okay, block. Next. That's why I feel bad for people that have jury duty. I'm like, why'd you open your mail? Just go in the house. There's nothing in there. All that's in there is threats. That's all that's in there. Threats and advertising. Student loan bills, collection letters. If you don't pay this bill, you won't get to register your car. Well, then take my car. I'm trying to buy a boat. I don't care. You don't know my goal. No matter how many colors you make the envelope, I'm not paying it. They try to change the color of the envelope like we're supposed to be scared. Like, oh, it's orange today. That means they're coming. All you're doing is giving my recycling bin diversity. That's all you're doing. Joke one. You guys are dope. My fiance wasn't able to make it here because she's not a Delta member. So, but I love her very much. And it was great. She got to see Avengers Endgame with me, and she really enjoyed it, man. She really enjoyed it. I love that. Cause I try to introduce her to my nerd movies, you know? Like, I love Ninja Turtles, right? Like, TMNT till I die. But it's hard for her to get into it because the storyline is not compelling at all. She'll watch it with me, and then she's like, all right, so they gonna fight them again? And I'm like, well, Shredder came back, so the turtles gotta come together, turtle power, baby. And she's like, well, they did that last episode. They do this every episode. I'm like, yeah. I don't know, I was watching the same storyline since I was 9. That's why I really wish I could write a Ninja Turtle episode that's more compelling for women. That has more shade, more tea, more drama. Like right before the turtles are gonna fight Shredder and the Foot Clan, Donatello's like, look, man, we got to go fight, right? But I gotta let y'all know. I heard April's pregnant. And Michelangelo, that's cool, dude. Cowabunga and Hurricane Jones. And Leonardo's like, I heard that Shredder's baby. It's like, next on Love and TMNT. Whose baby is it? Let's find out at the end of the season at the reunion show. Hosted by Splinter. Splinter up there dressed like a nice dressed rat. He got his sons up there, they wearing Gucci. All right, got a surprise for you boys. April and Shredder. Shredder comes out, y'all can't beat me. I'm still the baddest man here. Crane forever. And he sits on the couch and his spikes get stuck to the seat. And then April comes out. She has her yellow jumpsuit on, red bottom heels, her hair is done. She's like, hi, Splinter. Hi, Turtles. And she sits down on the couch next to her man, Shredder. Donatello can't take it. The tension is building. Donatello starts cursing her out like, why you with him? I feel so scared for you. I had a crush on you to know anything. And April can't take the shade, so she starts reading and going, well, first of all, you're a turtle. What are we doing? You live in the sewer. I'm not going down there. And all you do is eat pizza. Try a taco. Look, I know Shredder's evil, but he's ambitious. And he's helping me with my album. Everybody look out for that. My album's coming out. I'm coming out of my shell. Thank you. Next on Love and Feelings. Alright, that's the only Ninja Turtle joke I got. So weird. Thank you. This section of blankets is killing it. Alright. All the people in the back. I can't hear them. That black kid should have a yellow jacket on. Joke, that's a joke. That's a joke. Y'all alright. Chris is alright. I love Chris. So I have a daughter too. She's great. She's 6 years old, man. And she's in the 2nd grade. Barely got to the 1st grade because of math, man. And if you love math, I praise you. But math should be an elective. Like, you should choose to take it. Because people understand, math, that's the only subject you're introduced to problems. You just got there, and you got problems. English, you write. Science, you discover. Art, you draw. Math is like, solve this problem. You done with that? Here's another problem. Oh, you done with that? These are all problems. And you're like, I'm 6 years old. I just got here. What do I have with these problems? We all been there, man. That's the first subject I introduced you to stress and anxiety. As a kid. You remember those equations? We had those dumb equations. You had 9 apples and Justin takes away 2 and Will bit 4 and Mike has 5. How many apples do you have left? Who are these people eating on my apples? I don't know them. I'm 6 and I just got here. And you got the cast of Stranger Things eating my phone? Dustin doesn't even have teeth. Alright. time to put on the guitar. Ooh, yeah. Alright, that was fun. I got one more. So yeah, thank you for having me. I get back to go to New York to my gentrified building. Which like gentrified building basically means like the mice are not scared of you. Like they just walk by your living room and look at you like, hey, how long you been here? It's just a mice, just mice. It's nothing. It's not like there's people in New York that have rats in their apartment. That is crazy. Can you imagine having a rat in your apartment? Can you imagine having a rat in your apartment and right behind it is 4 baby turtles? This is the beginning. I'm April. All right, you guys agree on Nora Davis, man. And then on Instagram and Spotify. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Nora Davis, everyone.
So it is going to be a hell of a week for musicians' birthdays, starting with Stephen Lee Bruner, a.k.a. Thundercat. Thundercat. First time I heard him was on a playlist at a coffee shop in Brooklyn. I was all, hi, I'll take a cortado, and what is this song? To which the barista replied, come on, bro, it's Thundercat. Hey, dude doesn't know who Thundercat is. Change that cortado to a decaf ice blended vanilla latte. Skim milk, sugar-free. Where would our record collection be without all the snarky baristas with good taste? Mine would have less Thundercat in it, which would be a damn shame, and here's why. Nobody moved this love on the floor. And I can't find my heart. Let it go and leave it in the cold. Please get back, 'cause it's not yours today. When I lost my mind, deep in the cut, drowning in our pain. Nobody else can find a way. Nobody move, nobody move. Somebody tell me how I'm supposed to feel. I didn't feel, no, this ain't real. Lately, I'm fighting the world to give my heart to you. Just to watch you throw it in the trash. I've been shouting so long, I don't think I can hold on. Where was you when I needed you the most? Now I'm sitting here with the black hole in my chest. Heart that's broken mess. Chris Eldridge and Mike Elizondo back there wishing Thundercat a happy birthday. Ooh, the queen of rockabilly, Wanda Jackson. Wanda Jackson's celebrating her birthday this week, known as the sweet lady with the nasty voice. Wanda likes to say she was the first woman to bring glamour back into country music, but she's done a lot more than that over the course of 45 albums and 60 years of performing. Here's her song, Cool Love, which I find is delightful today, as I bet my grandparents did when it came out in 1957. You've been playing it cool, I've been playing it fool. Don't you give me that cool love,
Give me the kind that you need. Let's start getting with it, baby. Acting like a square. Baby, well, love's gotta be wrong. Love's gotta be right. You think you see no eyes, Cupid, you time. Push me out the hookah. You don't move me at all. And if you live it up, baby, man, we really had all. Baby. You the thing cool, I the thing cool. Won't you give me that cool? Give me the kind and me. Let's start getting with it, baby. Acting like a square. Just threw your arms around me and the night just got relaxing. Little like it. Now you do it alright. And if you keep it up, baby, I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll see you tomorrow. See ya.
Yeah. Mr. Evo O'Donovan as Wanda Jackson. And how about Jeff Babco on the keys? Tickling them hybrid. I was so excited to see this fella's name pop up on the birthday list this week. On the very week we're talking about the people behind the people. Mr. Tony Berg. Tony Berg, who was either played with, engineered, and or produced everyone, including my band, Nickel Creek. He co-produced our record, Why Should the Fire Die, along with the great Eric Valentine. Tony's production style is, shall we say, comprehensive. When we were recording the lead vocal for this next song, Tony came on the talkback mic in between takes and said, great, Chris, really nice, really nice. You're just a little flat here and there, and just that last lyric, you're talking to God there, right? That you've always kept me safe, or you've always kept me safe. And I said, yes. Okay, Chris, yeah, well, just, what about all the people that God hasn't kept safe? Just something to think about. Let's try another one. Right after you read Thomas Hardy's Jude the Obscure, which I did, and promptly rewrote this song, Tony Berg doesn't just produce your music, he produces your existential journey. Here's Doubting Tom. What will be left when I've drawn my last breath? Besides the folks I've met and folks who know me, will I discover a soul-saving love, or just the dirt and lonely? I'm dying times. I took a promise. I do not feel safe. For me, a little faith. Sometimes I pray
laugh in the face. Then our faith to be spared. 'Cause I'm a coward. There's a monster up there. I bet he's holding his breath. As I shall die and tell them about his power. I'm a dying Thomas. I can't keep my promises. 'Cause I don't know what to say. Only a little. Can I be used to help others find you? When I'm scared, I'll find proof that it's a lie. Can I be led down trails, dropping breadcrumbs? Proof I'm not ready to die. Please give me time to decipher the signs. Please forgive me for times that I've wasted. I'm dying Thomas. You promise I'm nothing to say. Only a little bit. Only a little. Thank you for everything, Tony Berg. Happy birthday. And we'll polish off this birthday segment with what? The secret wizard himself back there on the bass, Mike Elizondo. Oh, yes. And according to live premiere tradition, according to Grand live premiere tradition, if you play our show on your birthday week, you get to play anything you want during the birthday segment. Mike, I see a fiendish glint in your eye. What's it gonna be?
Well, Chris, we're going to take it back to when I was 14 years old. At 14, my uncle was a big fan of this power trio from Canada called Rush.
Oh, I see.
So, of course, being a musical coach at 14-year-old, I decided to swing for the fences, and I wanted to learn anything Geddy Lee could do. So that was my beginning. And what we're going to play for you today is a song that we Americans call YYZ. But in Canada, it's called YYZ. All right, so here we go.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
One more time for the birthday boy, Mike Alexander, along with Chris Savage, Matt Chamberlain, Jeff Fabco. Happy birthday, all you extraordinary musicians out there. For our local break this week, I wanted to do something from an unheralded Sonoma County-based songwriter named Tom Waits. You heard of this guy? Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, he's really good. I'm particularly fond of the songs he's written with Kathleen Brennan, who is so much more than Tom's sidekick, more like a co-superhero. They've co-written almost everything since they met and married in 1980, including this next song, Fish and Bird, which, Pickles, you recorded on your record, Beat the Devil and Carry a Rail.
That's right. I called up my trusty sidekick, Aoife O'Donovan, asked her if she'd be willing to sing this song. This is my favorite Tom Waits song, Fish and Bird. She couldn't resist the opportunity to finally have her singing heard by the masses on my banjo album. That's the beautiful thing about a banjo album, because on a banjo album, the lead singer is the sidekick. I hope that works out. So Aoife, try not to upstage me here. Maybe just take it down a notch. We're going to be playing some very tasteful backup back here. I don't want people to get distracted listening to the words of the song. Deal?
Deal.
There's a way through when it's clear. And the good on its mind. So please don't cry. Let me dry your eyes. Tell me that you wait for me. Hold me in your arms. Promise me you never will part. And I'll never sail back to time. But I'll always pretend that you're mine. For love that we hold once apart. You can live in my heart. You're listening to Live from Here.
VPR is utilizing all of our resources to bring you accurate and up-to-date information on the coronavirus pandemic and how it's affecting Vermonters. To make sure you stay informed, VPR is now airing even more newscasts throughout the day and continuously updating VPR.org with the critical content you need. You'll also hear live coverage of updates from state leaders in Montpelier, along with the trusted reporting of NPR. Stay connected to vital information around the clock with VPR and VPR.org.
Hope you're enjoying your Saturday evening. You're listening to Live from Here on VPR. We have support today from NOFA Vermont, educating Vermonters about community-supported agriculture and its impact on climate change. CSA locations at nofavt.org, and from Trust Company of Vermont, Brattleboro, Burlington, Rutland, and Manchester, providing trust and investment management. tcvermont.com.
Promise we never will part. And I'll never sail back to time. But I'll always pretend that you're mine. Though not that we both once apart. You can live in my
No one can tell me. On the fine string banjo. Any program. Welcome back. You're listening to Live from Here, a rebroadcast of our show from Hard Lake Strictly Bluegrass in San Francisco. Yeah, I have questions. I have questions for you. One, when you were little, did you open your mouth to sing and that voice started coming out like that? I mean, where did this come from, man? Do your parents sing? Is this something in your genes? What's going on?
Nobody in my family sings really, actually.
No?
I have no clue. Yeah.
So, if I understand all of this right, you only started playing the guitar like 6 years ago?
About, yeah.
6 years ago, which is around the same time you moved to the country? Around the same time?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so walk me back to you as a young boy in Kenya. Hearing, I've been reading about you, and hearing that you had your sister's battery-operated radio instead of listening to the radio. Tell me, what was it about the songs that you were hearing that perked your ears up? Do you remember?
They sounded very strange in every kind of way. You could think of the language is different. I couldn't speak English at the time. The sounds are very strange, and it felt to me at the time was like I was taking a trip on a spaceship to another universe, and so kept going back to that all the time since I was
Oh my God! So it's like, give us another tune.
my heart is never on time. Oh, as an
to be had. Oh, when it's about to break, hey, I close my eyes and count to 10. She said, son, hold on, you will find somebody to love. If you pray hard to your God, He will lay her on a golden path. She won't be a sinner like Angelina, nor like the woman from Ipanema. Oh, this time, don't hold a torch to the sun. My heart is never on time. Always need to be had. Oh, when it's about to break, hey, I close my eyes and count to 10. She said, love, it's not your fault that I found me somebody to love. You waited too long to show me that song. I was late then with the second sun. It was dead of winter, I was beaten from the bickering of your preacher. Oh, this time don't hold a torch to the sun. My heart is never on time. Always ready to be had. Oh, when it's about to break, hey, I close my eyes and count to 10. Oh, when it's about to
Well, we ain't getting no fucking audience, that's for sure.
oh, I call upon the angel Gabriel. Oh, when it's about to break. Oh, suddenly I'm a child of Israel. Oh, and it's about, 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 oh, and it's about me. Oh, I couldn't put Mr. Jack.
Extraordinary music, my friend. I'm excited about this next segment. We've been thinking about this for a while, and
It's Nutrisystem Spring Sale. For a limited time, buy 1 month and get 1 free, even on new personal plans.
oh my god.
And then Des got sick, and I was like, oh, and I saw the healthcare system like firsthand and how bad it already was. And I was like, I don't have any more time if it wasn't for like the kindness of everyone around me. So I'm really, really thankful. And I'll be good for about a month, which is nice. And I actually had the woman So the woman, like in January, early January, maybe middle December, I had a woman give me a lot of stuff. I did like videos about it. It was like a lot of designer stuff, a lot of really high-end stuff. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Well, she reached out to me today and said like, hey, I just did a huge closet purge. Do you want to come and get this stuff? And on top of that, I was able to donate $1,000 to Rain, which is like our domestic violence shelter. So like it was really nice. And then Joe's job matches that, so it ends up being about a $2,000 donation.
Yep. Same with us. And I don't know if you know, but all of our reseller income actually goes to charity. So it's kind of our own little nonprofit, as it were.
When she reached out,
I mean, it's obviously not for nonprofit, but it's how we're able to give back. So our goal this year was to donate. Now we're not feeling it as much as a lot of people out there because so many people rely on it. It's just like it's your job. It's how you are paying bills. It's how you're surviving. And so those of us that have a little bit extra, trying to give back. So we've done a couple. We sent out a few mystery boxes and put a bunch of extra stuff in there because we didn't raise prices or anything. We're just like, here, anything we can do right now just to help you out because people, we're going to survive. But I think we're very lucky too.
And I think me and Tori talked about this on the phone is that we haven't always been in these positions, right? So, even just a couple of years ago, we wouldn't have been in a position to be able to do that. And so it's nice to be here. And we also recognize what that position feels like when you're, barely hanging on by a thread. And if this would have hit us during those times, like how scary and terrifying that would have been.
Probably knew you should have been swapping.
And so the statistics, I think, are so interesting that people that don't grow up with money give back more than people that have money or that grew up with it.
Which they give a bigger percentage of their income, right? Like they don't give more, because we were like a millionaire can give 10.
Nights at the office on a project for an overseas client. Once after a PTA mixer, you asked Lucy whether she ever felt alone in a crowded room. All the time, she said. One Saturday afternoon, you thanked her. For what? Asked Lucy. For being a good listener, you said. I don't really know you, but it feels nice to have met a friend. It does, replied Lucy. This may sound weird, you said, but can I call you? I'd like to hear the voice behind the words on the screen. Out here in Moscow, it was 1 a.m. on Sunday, and I, having come this far, took a deep breath. Okay, Lucy told you, giving you a frantically purchased number with a 410 area code. The line rang, and I answered it. Hello, you said.
Guns.
Lucy? I stared at my monitor, headphones in, microphone on, silent. Are you there? You asked. I opened my mouth to say something, and my boss leaned over my shoulder to click end call. Lucy's been quiet since then, Chris. While knowing why it may not bring you any particular joy, I hope you'll think back fondly on her. It's funny, but I miss her too. She's what's driving me to get on the phone with you this afternoon as I stroll through Red Square.
Guns loaded,
how I'm gonna put all
waiting
this
for
on
the
my
Wild
resume
West.
when I apply for a job in tech. This woman we created together lives on in your memory now, a friend who still listens in her silence. Perhaps you might imagine her responses to those questions you ask yourself as you sit alone in your car, waiting for your child to hop in and head home. You might even hear her voice.
Coding bowling, greetings. Voicemail from Moscow Bank. Chaz, Gary, talk about the people behind the people. And one more time, Grace Potter!
"30 big brown boxes lined up by the door. 30 years of my life you can't claim no more. So now you watch them tumble down the pretty house of cards. This is my repossession, possession of my heart. You And I threw it all away for love. You carry on and say I'm just a fool. You in a month or two I'll call you crying. Well, don't hold your breath. The phone won't ring for you. I'm through with the endless fights and restless nights beside you. I'm keeping the love inside my heart for someone new. And you say that I threw it all away for love. But the only thing I threw away.
Not too worried about toilet paper. Got a trailer full of rags. Wipe our asses with for a while.
I'm through with the endless fights, the pain, and all the sorrow. I'm keeping the love inside my heart for someone new. And you threw it all away for love. But the only thing I threw away was you.
Not too worried about toilet paper. Got a trailer full.
Oh, the house I threw away was you.
Possession.
It's a nasty little song.
You know,
Send to a few people.
send to a few people. Send to a few people. And we talked about this next one. Oh, y'all. I mean, not to build it up too much. This next song is my jam.
So this is a song that I wrote. I wrote part of it in the bathtub, and I wrote the other part of it with an amazing songwriter who we very tragically just lost, by the name of Mike Busby. He found out he had a brain tumor, and just about a week ago he passed away. He wrote a lot of songs on my new record with me, and this was the one where I just felt like we were completing each other's sentences, and there was an incredible sense of camaraderie between us. But now, you know, the context of the song has changed. When we were writing it, I had a very strong feeling in one direction that this was about my relationship and my life and my love, and a very personal feeling. And now I'm very proud to take it out to the world in his honor, and for everybody who's ever felt like they want to send a prayer out to the world for some sense of closure. It's a song called Release.
space. I know you can't let me go. Crying in the midnight rain, waiting on a miracle. I release.
Hey, brother.
Though it's hard to say the words, and I release you from holding on to the bridge I built. I release you from the darkness, from the darkness. So was true. I hope that someday the sun will shine again, and you'll release me. Even if I'm on your home, even if you touch my skin, I can never change my heart after being where it's been. I release you. Though it's hard to say the
Folks all being
words,
safe.
and
Fucker.
I release you from holding on to the bridge I burned. I release you from the darkness, from the loudness. So much true. I hope that someday the sun will shine again, and you'll release I could never change my heart after being where it's been. I release you from the darkness, from the loudness. So much true.
Toilet paper, I'm out of toilet paper. It's my corona. I need toilet paper, I'm out of toilet paper. It's my corona.
Got to make a grocery run. Well, that sounds fun. Why am I out here risking my life? Corona, where's the goddamn parking space? Shit, I touched my face. Wait, I think I finally caught my corona. Stop this, don't be panic. Go inside. No organic? Oh no, all GMO. Jesus Christ, now I panic. I'll die. My corona. Don't come any closer, huh? I mess you up, but I'm just coming in for some white corona. Kroger's full of empty shelves. Oh, what the hell? Yes, I'm fucking up on box white corona. Nothing's making sense. No more friends, no more basketball kids. I'm home from school, I'm ready to. And I'm losing my corona. My
Toilet paper, toilet paper, toilet paper. Out of toilet paper, it's my corona. Toilet paper, toilet paper, toilet paper. Out of toilet paper, it's my Corona.
When you gotta get to me, get to me. Is it just a matter of time, Corona? Will I kill my family in quarantine? Yep. Or is it just a game of my Corona? And it's Donald Trump. What the fuck? Why you shaking hands and you telling us nothing's up? That we're gonna be fine. What? My Corona. My Corona. So sick of my Corona. Hey. My Corona. My Corona.
That's our show on Colgate Park in San Francisco.
Oh my God. My Corona.
Thank you, our special guests, Grace Potter, the Milk Carton Kids, Nori Davis, Eva O'Donovan, and Jaya Sandara. Thanks to our house band and our musical director, Mike Elizondo. Thanks to the staff of Live from Here, Tom Barrett, Rochelle Rockeyman, Lubu Newman, Tom Campbell, Richard Collins, Jason Hope, Tim Elliott, Dave Harris, Carly Henry, Jeffy Milligan, Sam Hudson, Katie Jacobson, Janice Paxton, Dominic Mackey, Ben Miller, Emerald O'Brien, Amber Robinson,
Love it.
Buster Bronzer, Joey Ryan, Thomas Victor, Noah Smith, Eric Stromson, Billy Wynn, Adam Sepp, and I'm Boogie Bowling, the creative director. Thanks to the staff at Hardly Strictly. Check out video clips from today's show and learn about what's coming up at livefromhere.org.
That's our show for tonight. You've been listening to an encore broadcast of Live from Here, recorded in Hardly Strictly Bluegrass in San Francisco earlier this season. Live from Here is supported by Noom, a personalized weight loss program based in psychology for helping people change their habits and conquer their goals. Learn more at Noom, Noom.com. Live from Here is produced by American Public Media. Check out video clips from tonight's show and learn about what's coming up at livefromhere.org. Thanks for listening. Love y'all. Stay safe.
American Public Media. Just a minute before 8 o'clock, you're listening to Vermont Public Radio. Stay with us for My Place with Joel Najman. Funding for VPR comes from Xfinity TV on X1, with a remote that allows viewers to search by voice for show, actor, or genre. Xfinity.com. And from Curtis Lumber, supplying builders, contractors, and homeowners with building materials since 1890. From lumber to windows, decking to doors. CurtisLumber.com. This is VPR 1079 WBPS Burlington, 88.7 WRBT Rutland, 94.3 WBTN FM Bennington, 88.5 WBPA St. Johnsbury, 89.5 WBPR Windsor, 88.9 WBPA Brattleboro, and on your smartphone.
Good evening morning and welcome to my place on Vermont Public Radio. My name is Joel Natchman, host and producer of our weekly get-together, which looks at the origins and evolution of popular and rock music. Tonight on my place, a focus on the career and music of a distinguished and extremely talented singer, songwriter, actor, and producer, whose most notable contributions arose during the disco dance movement of the 1970s and 80s. No doubt, if over the years you've been getting down on the dance floor, you've been grooving to the music of Paul Jabara.
Hunkering down.
Work That Body by Diana Ross from the spring of 1982. A huge international dance hit in Europe, as well as a top dance hit and Hot 100 radio hit here in North America. A song co-written by Paul Jabara. Paul Frederick Jabara was born January 31st, 1948, in the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn, New York, the youngest of three children born to Olga and Salim Jabara, a couple that had immigrated to New York from Lebanon. Salim Jabara was an importer of fine linens, and Olga a homemaker. Paul Jabara was a born entertainer. His older sister Claudette remembers that when Paul was an infant, she would hold him in her arms and move around to the rhythm of music, which baby Paul loved. As a youngster, Paul took piano lessons and took to the instrument as a duck to water, and he could play songs from all the Broadway musicals. He regaled his family with original dramas he recorded on a home tape recorder, productions in which he portrayed all the parts. At one point, he was given the opportunity to perform with the traveling troupe of Trapp Family Singers, but Paul's parents declined to allow the pre-adolescent youngster to do so. His professional career in entertainment began in earnest in his teens, modeling for magazines and appearing in TV commercials. Paul Jabara loved acting, and he was good at it, with a natural ability for comedy and character portrayals. His first big break came in 1967, when he landed a role in the original production of Hair, which triumphantly became a hit on Broadway. On the Grammy Award-winning #1 hit multi-million-selling original Broadway cast recording of Hair, Paul Jabara can be heard leading the tribe singing Electric Blue.
Oh my God.
Tell me who do you love, man? Tell me what, man? Tell me what's it you love, old-fashioned Tell me what's it that moves you? Tell me what's it that
Got to make a grocery run. Well, that's not fun. Why am I out here risking my life? Corona, where's the goddamn parking space? Shit, I touched my face. Wait, I think I finally caught my Corona. Stop, please don't be panic. Go inside. No organic. Oh no, I'll be alone. Jesus Christ, now I panic. I'll die. My Corona. Don't come any closer, what? I'll mess you up. Well, I'm just coming in for some white Corona. Kroger's full of empty shelves. Yes, I'm stocking up on box white Corona. Up and making sense. No more friends, with all kids. Our own school, ready to. And I need you my Corona. When you're ready, get to me. Is it just a matter of time? Corona, will I kill my family in quarantine? Is it just a game in my mind? Corona, then there's Donald Trump. What the fuck? Why are you shaking hands and you telling us nothing's up? That we're gonna be fine. What? My Corona. My Corona. So sick of my Corona. Remember my Corona.
How can people be so hopeless? How can people be so cruel? Easy to be hard, easy to be cold. How can people have no feelings? How can they ignore their friends? Easy to be proud, easy to say no. Especially people who care about strangers, who care about evil and social injustice. Do you only care about the big crowd? How about a big friend? Are you a friend? people be so cruel? Easy to be hard, easy to be cold. How can people have no feelings? How can they know difference? Easy to be hard, easy to be cold, easy to be proud, easy to say no.
Following his success as part of the original cast of Hair, opportunities came quickly for Paul Jabara as an actor and singer. In 1972, he became part of the original cast in London of Andrew Lloyd Webber's rock opera Jesus Christ Superstar, in which he portrayed King Herod.
Jesus, I am overjoyed to meet you face to face. You've been getting quite a name all around the place. Healing cripples, raising from the dead. And now I understand you're God. At least that's what you said. So if you are the Christ, yes, the great Jesus Christ, prove to me that you're divine. Change my water into wine, that's all you need to, and I'll know it's all true. Come on, King of the Jews. Jesus, you just won't believe the hit you've made around here. You will always talk about the wonder of the year. Oh, what a pity if it's a lie. Still, I'm sure that you can rock the cynics if you try. So, if you are the Christ, yes, the great Jesus Christ, prove to me that you're no fool. Walk across my swimming pool if you do that for me. Then I'll let you go free. Come on, King of the Jews, come on and get it, girl. Oh, you got it. Watch it come, Mary. Please, Louise. You see now, I only have things as any superstar. What is it that you have got that puts you where you are? I am waiting. Yes, I'm a captive fan. I'm dying to find out that you are not just any man. So if you are the Christ, yes, the great Jesus Christ, feed my household with this bread. You could do it on your head. And I know why it takes so long. Come on, King of the Jews. Hey, on you! Scared of being right. You're not the Lord. You're nothing but a fraud. Take your own way. You've got nothing to say. Get out, you king of the. Get out, you king of the. Get out, you king of the Jews. Get out of my life. Out of my life. I'm the king of the Jews, and don't you ever forget it.
Following his roles in Jesus Christ Superstar and Hair, Paul Jabara took over the role of Dr. Frankenfurter in the stage presentation of the Rocky Horror Picture Show when original cast member Tim Curry left to make a motion picture. Paul Jabara always harbored the dream of writing his own Broadway musical, and while in his late teens, he began writing and composing what would become a musical titled Rachel Lily Rosenblum and Don't You Forget It. By 1973, the musical was in full production with Paul Jabara as a cast member under the auspices of entertainment impresario Robert Stigwood. Rachel Lily Rosenblum began its run, but plagued by major internal logistical problems, the production never made it past previews, and in late November 1973, the musical closed before its scheduled official opening that December, to Paul Jabara's great disappointment. However, most interestingly, over the years, Rachel Lily Rosenblum has achieved a cult status among hardcore Broadway fans, leading to 2 concert revival stagings of the production at New York City's Club 54 in March of 2017. Paul Jabara was never to be dissuaded in his aspirations in the entertainment world, including as a songwriter and recording artist. In 1975, a then 26-year-old Paul Jabara was able to land a recording contract with Herb Alpert's A&M Records in Los Angeles, and that year, Paul's first single was released, one in which Paul is both the performer and the songwriter, a number arranged by Paul Schaefer of Late Night with David Letterman fame, a number titled One Man Ain't Enough, released as by simply Jabara.
Are you looking for some action? Well, I got something nice. I got something sweet. I got something mean. Organize your soul. Looking for biggest. I'm gonna take your throat. You don't cross that first. I got something more. I got what you need. Set up the fire, you know it. Take you one more section, no irritation. Remember your heart and heart. Remember your heart and soul. Think of the things you wanna do. But let me do it. Hey, girls, now you got me out. Yeah, I'm the type of guy that knows how to treat a woman like a you toss from side to side. I can satisfy your inside with the way that ride. Yeah, I got something more. I got what you need. Be your gangster, be your leader. Don't be a distributor. Come on. Remember your home and heart. Remember your money soul. Do the things you wanna do.
Paul Jabara's next single, titled Dance, was included in the soundtrack of the 1976 comedic film Mother, Jugs, and Speed, starring Bill Cosby and Raquel Welch. This recording, Dance, firmly placed Paul Jabara as a major player in the then burgeoning mid-1970s disco dance movement.
Gotta keep on grooving. As long as my motor runs, I enjoy my feet. Maybe I'll be with me, 'cause I get loose, let out my juice. When I dance, you come alive. When I let yourself go, it's really crowded. Come on, join the show. Shimmy, shimmy, come on home. Once it begins, it's hard to stop. Just take a sip of it and dance.
While in Europe performing in a touring version of Hair, Paul Jabara befriended fellow cast member, the actress, singer, and songwriter Donna Summer, and he was taken by her multiple talents. Donna Summer, who while back in the U.S. had landed a recording contract with Neil Bogart's Casablanca Record Company in Los Angeles. When back in Los Angeles, Paul Jabara visited Casablanca Records, and the company tells this story. "Where do you think you're going?" the receptionist at Casablanca Records protested. The wild-eyed young man rushing past her desk up the stairs paid no attention. He merely continued his headlong dash towards Casablanca president Neil Bogart's office and mumbling, "I've got to be on the same label as Donna Summer. I've just got to be." Storming past Bogart's outraged secretary, he burst into the presidential inner sanctum and addressed the bemused executive in no uncertain terms. "I've got to be on the same label as Donna Summer. I can sing, I can act, I can write songs, I can do anything. Donna Summer is my ideal. I've had a crush on her forever. and you gotta give me a chance. Just listen. The words pouted out in a rush, and before Bogart could say a thing, Paul Jabara burst into song. It was at that point that two burly mailroom employees came in to escort Paul out of the building. But Neil Bogart, intrigued at the novel presentation, said, "Send me a tape." Paul did, Casablanca loved it, and Paul Jabara found a home at the same label to which Donna Summer was signed. That's quite a story. Not only did Paul Jabara land a recording contract with Donna Summer's record company, Donna Summer sang a duet with Paul on Paul's first Casablanca album, a Paul Jabara co-written number titled Shut Out.
Saturday night to my friends, I lost my wallet. Oh, I squeezed the door from the highest club in town. Ooh, I think the doorman don't be a foreman. I'm saying, give me some skin. Ignoring my plea, out my ID. No way I was gonna get in. Saturday night, so that no change tonight. To my friends I turned, from all seven I learned what it meant to have faces to go on. To my dismay, they decided to stay and leave me all on my own. So I went home, no one to phone. Oh, come on, stand. Get off my bummer, I played out all summer. Lonely now, we're dead. Hey, Donna, do you wanna dance with me? What's the matter, baby? Don't you worry, sugar. Mr. Whitney, this girl's gonna take you home.
In 1978, Paul Jabara appeared in the motion picture Thank God It's Friday as the nerdy character Carl, the lovelorn and nearsighted disco goer. And he performed two songs on the soundtrack, including Trapped in a Stairway, a number which he also co-wrote and co-produced in the studio.
Could only happen to me. Just when I thought we could be together. Just when I thought all my dreams had all come true. Some of these are famous to me. If only I'd been able to see, I wouldn't be alone away from you. Now I'm trapped in a stairway. from this situation. Free me from this sad frustration, please. Someone please explain this to me. If only I'd been able to see. I wouldn't be alone, away from you. Now I'm trapped in a stairway, trapped out of your love. I am trapped in a stairway, can't get out, wanna shout, but nobody can hear my plea. Ooh, this is some catastrophe. Ooh, someone's got it here for me. This could only happen to me. Only I've been able to see. I wouldn't be here alone, away from you. Now I'm trapped in a stairway, locked out in your love. I am trapped in a stairway, can't get out, gotta shout, gotta think everything I discuss. I'm a mess, being stressed, and so as this is all, oh my God, can't sleep, fire, rage. Oh, trapped in a stairway, trapped in a stairway. This could only happen to me. This could only happen to me. This could only happen to me. This could only happen to me.
Paul Jabara and a song from the 1978 disco comedy film, Thank God It's Friday. But it would be another song from that movie that would prove to be a pinnacle in the career of Paul Jabara as a songwriter. Donna Summer's recording of the Paul Jabara written Last Dance became a major radio hit, winning 2 Grammys for Best R&B Song and for Best Female Vocal Song. It also won a Golden Globe Award and an Oscar as Best Song of the Year.
Let's dance, let's dance for Yes, it's my last chance. Romance to I need you by me, beside me, to guide me, to hold me, to scold me, 'cause what a man, I'm so bad. So let's dance, let's
success of Last Dance put Paul Jabara in immediate demand as a songwriter, and come 1979, Paul was instrumental in ushering in Barbra Streisand into dance music. In June of 1979, with Bruce Roberts, Paul wrote the medley The Main Event Fight for the soundtrack of the motion picture The Main Event, starring Barbra Streisand and Ryan O'Neal. A major radio hit, it peaked at number 3 on Billboard's Hot 100 in the summer of 1979.
I gotta thank my lucky stars. I can't wait. I gotta celebrate. We got a first thing after everything. We make love. You're my every star. You're my one attraction. You must be heaven sent. You give me so much satisfaction. You make everybody for your
Following this hit single, Paul Jabara, again with Bruce Roberts, wrote a dance number titled No More Tears, Enough Is Enough, which was recorded as a duet by Barbra Streisand and Donna Summer. The recording became a massive hit, peaking at #1 in the nation on both Billboard's Hot 100 charts and on the dance charts as well in the fall of 1979, eventually selling over 2 million copies.
It's raining, it's pouring, my love life is boring me to tears. After all these years, no sunshine, no moonlight, no stars, no sad romance. We don't stand the chance. I always dreamed I'd find the perfect lover, but he turned out to be like every other man I've loved. Rainy, rainy, Tell him to just get out.
platinum certified multi-million selling #1 hit for Paul Jabara as a songwriter. And Paul went on to produce Barbra Streisand's acclaimed Broadway album in 1985. And another major hit for Paul Jabara as a songwriter happened in 1983 with the song It's Raining Men. Paul wrote the song back in 1979, collaborating with Paul Schaefer of Late Night with David Letterman fame. Paul first offered the song to Donna Summer as a follow-up to her big hit Last Dance, but Donna Summer did not like the song and passed on it. Then Paul offered the song consecutively to Diana Ross, Cher, and Barbra Streisand, all of whom passed on the song. Paul then offered the song to a female duo of two heavy-set young women, Martha Wash and Izora Armstead, who had developed an act calling themselves 2 Tons of Fun. Paul persuaded the two to record the song, which he co-produced, and upon release of the record, the two women changed their stage name from 2 Tons of Fun to the Weather Girls, since at the beginning of the song they sing, "We're the Weather Girls." It's Raining Men became a #1 dance hit in the U.S. in early 1983 and received a Grammy nomination for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group Vocal. As an actor, Paul Jabara's movie career included roles in Midnight Cowboy, where he portrayed a hippie handing out pills asking up or down. Also, The Lords of Flatbush, The Day of the Locust, Honky Tonk Freeway, Star 80, Legal Eagles, and Light Sleeper. Paul also appeared on television frequently in episodes of Starsky and Hutch, Mary Hartman, The Equalizer, and in the made-for-television movies The Last Angry Man and Out of the Darkness. And in addition, Paul Jabara's famous songs as a songwriter frequently appear on television and in motion pictures to this very day. In 1984, Paul Jabara co-wrote the beautiful love song Two Lovers, which was recorded by the Spanish heartthrob Julio Iglesias and included on his LP 1100 Bel Air Place, his first ever all-English language album. In 1991, Paul Jabara was a co-founder of the Red Ribbon Project, created as a meaningful symbol at the height of the AIDS crisis to show support and compassion for those with AIDS and their caregivers. Paul himself distributed the first Red Ribbon. So sadly, Paul Jabara succumbed to the disease himself in September 1992. He was 44 years old. All who knew Paul Jabara said there was no one who had more of a zest for life and the living of it well, and that he was the life of every party. Talking to Paul's sister Claudette, she emphasizes how kind and generous Paul was all his life to all those around him, that he was a good son to his parents and a wonderful little brother to his sisters who loved him. Yes, Paul's last dance played way too soon, but the legacy of his timeless music will have the world dancing forever. I'm Joel Najman. Do join us again next week for My Place.
Just before 9, you're listening to VPR. American Roots comes up next. We have support today from our listeners and from the Vermont Lottery, helping fund education with every ticket sold, vtlottery.com, and from Northern Vermont University Online, with new programs including restorative justice and sport management. Details on tuition rates at northernvermont.edu. This is VPR, 88.9 WVPA Brattleboro, 88.5 WVPA St. Johnsbury, 89.5 WVPR Windsor, 107.9 WVPS Burlington, 88.7 WRVT Rutland, 94.3 WVTN FM Bennington, and on your smart speaker.
This is American Roots from New Orleans, with a program about dreamers and dreams in words and music.
You just put a song to sing, tears we will die. You can make mountains ring, or make angels cry. Those who believe on the wing, and you may not know why. Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
That's Jesse Colin Young and the Youngbloods, 1967, singing Get Together, a definitive song of the era, a time of many public dreamers looking for peace and unity in songs, music festivals, political rallies, and journeys back to the land or out into the purple haze. I somehow knew that Get Together was going to be central to my life and part of my life for as long as I was singing. And I really feel that it is up to us to save the world, that we somehow gonna have to do it ourselves. We'll talk to Jesse Colin Young, now 78, about his music, struggles, and current dreams. We'll hear songs with dreams of love, dreams of travel, or just the pleasure of the journey. Dreams of our nation of immigrants, whose struggles include people now called dreamers, all part of dreams of a better world, with music from the Staple Singers and Rhiannon Giddens, the Everly Brothers, and Los Senzables. Dreamers songs coming up on American Roots.
Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. I said, come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
piece of chance. There was just a dream, some of us had still our lives to sing. But one must stay here, it's too old and cold and settled in its ways here. All the California, coming home. I'm gonna see the folks I dig. I'll even kiss the sunset peak. California, coming home. I've never been a celebration who did the go dance very well. He gave me back my smile, but he kept my camera self. Oh, the road, he cooked good omelets and stews, and I might have stayed on the damn there, but my heart went out for you. California, oh, California, oh, make me feel good, rock and roll band. I'm your biggest fan, California, coming home. Oh, it gets so lonely when you're walking and the streets are full of strangers. All the news are just give you the blues. Just give you the blues. So I bought me a ticket, I got a plane to Spain. Went to a party down Red Dirt Road. There were lots of pretty people there, reading Rolling Stone, reading Vogue. Said on Canada, said a week maybe two. Just until my skin turns brown, I'm going home to California, California, coming home. Oh, will you take me as I am, strung out on another man, California, coming home. Oh, it gets so lonely when you're walking, the streets are full of strangers. All the news I want to read, more about the war than the bloody trees. Oh, will you take me as I am? Will you take me as I am? Will you take me as I just blues on a 10-day. Her picture in mind, loving my way through South Shine. Got 30 in heaven east, with a stranger next to me. 1,300 miles till I see my baby smile. Waking up in the passenger seat, number 49 Mercury, Johnny Ray on the radio. Demonstrates as it starts to snow, staring into the morning sun. Turning on the tip of my tongue. 2 days down, just one more day. Till I see my baby's face. Mississippi is a daylight phase. Oh, my, California to Ohio. I'm gonna get things feeling wrong. Back to when I love, back to the place I know. From California.
Tatum methods, city lines and motel signs, stars and clouds keep past the time. Louder cursors as my gift. It's just the start of a life well lived. Beautiful one for small kids. Love that lives in curling rides. I'll hold close until I die. So I'll cross Mississippi's a day-night thing. Hold on, I am on my from California to Ohio. I'm gonna get there. Face here and tomorrow. Back to the one I love. Back to the place I know. From California to Ohio. I'm gonna get there. Face here and tomorrow. Back to the one I love. Back to the place I know. From California to Ohio. Mississippi is the daylight.
The Shootouts from Akron, Ohio. Their recent song, California to Ohio. Singer Ryan Humbert with a tale about his late grandfather, Ron, who hitchhiked cross country in 1953 from Camp Pendleton, California to Hartville, Ohio to see his young wife and their newborn daughter. Also, Joni Mitchell getting us to California from Paris in pursuit of a dream lover from the 1971 American Roots. One of the crown jewels of love dream songs in the 1950s was sung by the Everly Brothers. The Everlys had roots in country ballads and thumb picking from Muhlenberg County, Kentucky, from a coal mining family. They grew up in Shenandoah, Iowa, and Knoxville, Tennessee, and went on to play rockabilly, country, and pop music like this one from 1958 on American Roots.
Dream, 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 dream. Dream, dream, dream when I want you. In my arms when I want you. And all your charms whenever I want you. All I have to do is dream. Dream, dream, dream when I feel blue. In the night and I need you to hold me tight whenever I want you. All I have to do is dream. I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine, anytime, night or day. Only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I love you so, and that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream, 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 dream. I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine, anytime, night or day. Only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I love you so, and that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream, 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 dream.
Every night I'm hoping and praying a dream lover will come my way. A girl to hold in my arms,
and know the magic of her tongue because I want a girl to call my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. Dream lover, where are you? Oh, with a love oh so true, hand in hand that I can hold to feel you near when I go home because I want. I said, girl, or just to call my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. And someday, I don't know how, I hope that you'll hear my plea. Someday, I don't know how, she'll bring her love to me. Dream of love. Until then, I'll go to sleep and dream again. And that's the only thing that I can do to make a lover's dream come true. Because I want, I said, a girl just to call my own. I want a dream lover so I don't have to dream alone. Dream lover. Until then, I know that I'll go to sleep and I'll wanna dream again. And that's the only thing that I can do, baby, just to make a love and dream come true. All because I want, I say a girl, baby, just to call my own. I said I wanna dream alone, so I don't have to dream alone. Baby, don't let me dream alone.
Played soul man Benny King from Henderson, North Carolina, with a cover of Bobby Darin's hit from 1959, Dream Lover. Benny King lived in Harlem and was part of the Drifters for a while, and best known for songs like Stand By Me, There Goes My Baby, and Save the Last Dance for Me. All love dream songs. And we are back with music and conversation with Jessie Collin Young of the Youngbloods when American Roots returns.
With Vermont schools now closed, many parents are facing a daunting reality. On the latest Brave Little State, a conversation between two moms. One is a veteran homeschooler and a remote worker. The other is new to all of this.
The way I get my work done is honestly a lot of early mornings, a lot of late nights.
Support comes from the VPR Innovation Fund, the Non-Game Wildlife Fund, and Norwich Solar Technologies.
You're listening to BPR. As you may know, it's officially spring, but the weather in Vermont for the month of March can be a little unpredictable. With various temperature ranges and different forms of precipitation, it can be hard to guess how it looks outside at any time. But the weathermen from the Fairbanks Museum will keep you posted on what to expect. Head to bpr.org to see their full forecast.
This is American Roots. Coming up, our interview with Jessie Collin Young. But first, a couple songs. In 1967, the Youngbloods' second LP, Earth Music, featured Jessie on bass and vocals. He'd studied old songs, and Sugar Babe is about gambling and drinking, known widely in the folk scene from song collections and recordings.
She got some heavy fun, sugar baby. Shoot your dice and have you fun. Run like you're wrong when the police come. Yeah, sugar baby. Oh my, sugar baby. I got drunk and I fell on the floor, sugar baby. I got drunk and I fell on the floor, yeah. But that's good for me, some mama. I don't want some more. Yeah, sugar baby. Oh my, sugar baby. sugar baby. Shoot your dice and roll in the sand, yeah. But I ain't gonna remember no damn man. Hell no, sugar baby. Oh my, sugar baby. Put your hand on your hip and let your mind roll by, sugar baby. Put your hand on your hip and let your mind roll by. Cause your body gonna sugar my bone when you're gonna die. Yeah, sugar baby. Oh my, sugar baby.
How you doing? This is Jesse calling you. Follow me on the American Roots. They're coming at you.
Kissing the sunlight, pouring through the air. Felt your own love falling in the sun's air. Running in a field of ground, laughing, rolling on the ground, smiling as she holds you. That's the way she feels about you. That's the way she feels about you. Your dreams can break you screaming like a man. She can touch your face and take away your breath. Like a tree in the wind, she will bend to take you in. Makes no difference where you've been. That's the way she feels about you. That's the way she feels about you. You wake up screaming, scared about what you're dreaming. She feels there, she can share. Don't know where she feels about you. In the morning, wake up and with the day. She will smile and ask you with her eyes. Like the sunshine wants to say, she will touch you with her hands. Touching makes you understand. That's the way she feels about you. That's the way she feels about you. Like the sunshine won't say, she will touch you with her hands. Touching makes you understand. That's the way she feels about you. That's the way she feels about you. That's the way she feels about you.
Sunlight, written and sung by Jesse Colin Young, fronting the Youngbloods, the folk rock band with jazz and country sounds in 1969. Jesse Colin Young's career began in Greenwich Village during the 60s folk revival. After releasing solo albums, Jesse teamed up with guitarist Jerry Corbett, keyboardist and guitarist Lowell Banana Levenger, and drummer Joe Bauer to form the Youngbloods. Their iconic 1967 hit Get Together, originally by Dino Valenti, called for peace and unity. Young moved to the San Francisco area in 1969, but relocated to Hawaii after he lost his house in a fire in 1995. He used music to get through those hard times and suffering from Lyme disease. His music also increasingly dealt with political disaster, raising concerns about the environment and war. Born Barry Miller, Jesse's dreams of a free life began in Queens, New York, with his father, and music at home. We always had a piano in the house because my father played, and he would come home sometimes and play classical music to unwind, and we would sing every chance we got. And of course, since he was a Harvard grad, he taught me all the Harvard fight songs of how they were going to kick Yale's ass. I made my debut at the Harvard Club. My dad was having a 50th reunion, I think. They found out that I knew some of these, so they put me on a cocktail table, and I cut loose with a half a dozen of my favorite Harvard fight songs. That was my first on-stage kind of performance.
On table. Tell me a little bit about how you grew towards some of the folk scene in the city and people that were visiting to the clubs.
So I learned to play guitar at Andover. Of course, I didn't pay much attention to the classical part, but that's how I got into it. And I probably wrote my first song there, trapped in a monastic boys' school with no connection at all to gals. I really think I learned everything I needed to know to live my life the way I wanted to at Andover. I didn't, because I had great teachers, and they threw me out for a stupid reason, but it was playing the guitar in study hours.
Oh, yeah.
And so it was the right reason. And that sent me right to Ohio State. And I got an apartment behind a record store. So I discovered the blues there. I discovered T-Bone Walker.
They call it stormy Monday, but Tuesday's just as bad. They call it stormy Monday, but Tuesday's just as bad. Wednesday's worse, and Thursday's also sad.
I worked in a factory for a year, and then realized I needed to go back to school. So I transferred to NYU, and I had no idea that what was happening in Greenwich Village was there. The buildings that I was attending classes is are right on the square, and looking at these scruffy guys sitting around the fountain playing guitar, and think to myself, So after a year, I quit school and I joined them.
4 in the morning and the water is pouring down. Stove don't work and the baby has just left town. I'm lying on my back 'cause I just ain't nothing to drink. Empty bottles on the floor and dirty dishes in the sink.
Maybe you could get us from Young Blood, the record, to forming a band called the Young Bloods.
Yes, Youngblood actually was I was a young rebel, very much so, and we discovered that there were lots of us in Greenwich Village that were not ready for the status quo, and were feeling pretty strange about the idea of being drafted into a war that we didn't see any sense in. And that became the title of my second acoustic album. I played a lot in Boston and in Cambridge, and that's where I met Jerry Corbett. I ended up staying with Corbett. We ended up playing together. He started to show up at my gigs, playing harmonica and then 12-string, and then eventually singing with me. And I don't know, we looked at each other one day and said, maybe we should have a band. Banana was one of his neighbors, lived down the street, a wonderful Wurlitzer player. And Joe Bauer lived upstairs from Banana, so we drafted both of them. And there we were the Youngbloods. The song that, of course, ultimately pulls the Youngbloods out into the wide world, Get Together had a long history of various people trying to do the song in different ways, but ultimately it was your small group that found a sound that made it anthemic for that time.
Yeah, I was in love with that song. We were playing at the Cafe A Go-Go, and our equipment was kept down there, and we could rehearse. And it was a Sunday, and I thought it might be dark. And I was going to call the boys and say, come on, we can rehearse. No, it was an open mic, and Buzzy Lanhart was on stage singing Get Together. And I ran backstage and said, man, please, I gotta sing this song. I somehow knew that Get Together was going to be central to my life and part of my life for as long as I was singing.
Julie's got a song to sing. She's the way we die. You can make mountains ring, or make angels cry. Those are pretty songs to me, and you may not know why. Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody gets together. Try to love one another right now.
The most powerful audience performance of Get Together was right here in New York this past summer. We did a Greenwich Village retrospective show, and this was a younger audience. It was a free show, but it was not a fan audience. And they blew me away. And then some people were holding their fists up, singing Get Together. And then I remembered it was the first year anniversary of Charlottesville. And they were saying, no, we choose love.
Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
You also found your way, it seems to me, into being more and more politically conscious. You've been concerned about nukes, the environment.
I had two young children, Julie and Cheyenne, and they were little. And I was watching public TV with them cuddling up to me one night, and these scientists from the renegades from the nuclear industry started talking about plutonium and how deadly it is. And I thought, what are we doing? Don't these people have any children? So, I don't know, maybe 6 months later, we had the first No Nukes concert in St. Louis Obispo. And, 2 years later, we ended up at Madison Square Garden, a whole week of No Nukes.
You also have had to face some personal disasters, and the California life literally went up in flames. Something that seems very current, actually, but this happened a good long while ago for you.
Absolutely. Man, it's tough to lose your home and your stuff. We moved to Hawaii. After our house burned up, we had this little place that we used to get away to on the Big Island, and we had no clothes. We had the clothes on our back and 3 cars, and that was it. We just decided, okay, we're burned out of here. We got cars and nothing else. So we should go to Hawaii and think about it, and we did.
You're talking about the things that need to happen. You're rocking, you're giving your soul out there, and it's great to hear your voice carrying forward, dealing with disaster, be it fire, be it Lyme disease, be it the problems that all of humanity is facing right now.
Yes, be it ignorance, be it denial of climate change, be it that foolishness that goes right to the top. It's hard for me to believe. And I really feel that it is up to us to save the world, that we somehow gonna have to do it ourselves.
Well, it may just depend on the dreamers, and certainly you're one of the great dreamers, Jesse Colin Young, and we really appreciate the work you're doing and spending some time with you here on American Roots.
Oh, it's been my pleasure.
Let go, I've been walking, seems like a dark cold night. I've been walking, seems like a dark cold night. I've been thinking, you know, cold right. I've been through my heart. Lord, I have been sick. I've been up through my heart. Lord, I have been sick. Since let's feel the road, carry to your grave. Sing my freedom alright. Sing my freedom alright. I've been hanging my head in sorrow, so it's time to lift my
Jesse Colin Young. Look over yonder from his recording Dreamers, backed by a young band, including his son Tristan Young on bass. It's been over a half century since Get Together got people together. And we are back with Jackson Brown, Los Senzantes, Rhiannon Giddens, and Mavis Staples when American Roots returns.
Vermont schools and child care centers are closed, but care will be made available to essential employees, those critical to keeping the state of Vermont running. But how is the state determining who fits the definition of essential, and how might that apply beyond child care? I'm Jane Lindholm. On the next Vermont edition, we find out. Plus, Vermont health experts field questions about the new coronavirus. Send all your questions to Vermont Edition at vpr.org and listen live for 2 hours, Monday at noon. Vermont schools and child care centers are closed, but care will be made available to essential employees, those critical to keeping the state of Vermont running. But how is the state determining who fits the definition of essential, and how might that apply beyond child care? I'm Jane Lindholm. On the next Vermont Edition, we find out. Plus, Vermont health experts field questions about the new coronavirus. Send all your questions to Vermont Edition at vpr.org and listen live for 2 hours, starting at noon today.
I'm Nick Spitzer with our program about dreamers and dreams of all sorts expressed in songs. In 2018, singer-songwriter Jackson Brown collaborated with Eugene Rodriguez of the San Pablo, California band Los Senzantles, the Mockingbirds. They created a remarkable bilingual song called The Dreamer about the plight of immigrant children growing up in the U.S. The video with subs in both languages is spectacular. For now, though, it's music and visual imagination with Jackson Brown and Los Senzantles, The Dreamer, on American Roots.
Just a child when she crossed the border to reunite with her father, who had traveled north to support her so many years before. She left half her family behind her, and with a crucifix to remind her, she pledged her future to this land and does the best that she can do. ¿A dónde van los sueños nacidos en la fe y en la ilusión? Donde no hay camino ni huella, solo deseos que susurran al corazón. Eagles fly on column by the wind, viviendo en el viento, whispering the currents of the sea, que vive el mar. People cross oceans and deserts and rivers, cruzamos el río, carrying nothing more than the dream of what life could be. Today she got the order. They're taking steps to deport her, to send her back over the border, and tear her away from the life she has made. We don't see half the people around us, but we imagine enemies who surround us, and the walls that we built between us keep us prisoners of our fears. ¿A dónde van los sueños? Where do dreams go? Nacidos de la fe y la ilusión. Una faith illusion, donde no hay camino ni huellas, no footprint, solo deseo, only desires that must lead to the heart. Solo deseo, only desires that must lead to the heart. Solo deseos que susurran al corazón.
El Mexicano, Los Sensables, from their 2014 recording American Roulette. Check out Los Sensables' great work, finding old songs, making new ones, recording films, bringing along youth, and collaborations with David Hidalgo, Ry Cooder, Linda Ronstadt, Lalo Guerrero, and many others over the years. In 2017, Rhiannon Giddens of the Carolina Chocolate Drops created a solo recording called Freedom Highway. It recalled the 1965 song and LP of the Staple Singers with a rousing civil rights anthem to the death of Emmett Till in Tallahatchie, Mississippi.
Down Freedom Highway. Oh yeah, marching each and every day. March down Freedom Highway. Oh yeah, marching each and every day. Made up my mind that I won't turn around. Made up my mind that I won't turn around. There's just one thing I can't understand, my friend. Why some folks get freedom, it's not the time for all men. There are so many people living their lives for flex, wondering in their mind what's gonna happen next. That's why we gonna march down Freedom Highway. Oh yeah, marching each and every day. March down Freedom Highway. Oh yeah, marching each and every day. Made up my mind that I won't turn around. Made up my mind that I won't turn around. Found dead people in the forest, Tallahatchie River Lake. Our world was red, was
Hi, this is Mavis Staples. Keep on listening to American Roots. It will take you there. I know a place. Ain't nobody crying. Ain't nobody worried. Ain't no smiling faces. No, right to the races. Help me. Come on. Somebody help me. I'll take you back. Help me on. I'll take you back. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Oh, mercy, I'll take you there. Oh, let me take you there. I'll take you there. Oh, let me take you there. Yo, all right. Come on now, play on it. All right. I'll take you there. Ain't nobody crying. I'll take you there. Ain't nobody worried. I'll take you there. No smiling faces. I'll take you there. Light to the races. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. I'll take you calling. I'll take you there. Mercy. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. There is freedom within. There is freedom without. Gotta get there. When the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. Now I'm going back high. There's a hole in the truth. My perception of wrong is suspicion of this double truth. In the paper today, there's a war in the way, but you come right over and see the TV page. Hey now, the dream is over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. Now I'm walking again to the beat of the drum, and I'm counting the steps to the door of your home. On the shallow of it, barely swimming the room, get to know the meaning of separation and release. Hey now, no dreams is over. Hey now, the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. Don't let them win. Don't let them win. We won't let them win. Hey now, the dream is over. Hey now, the dream is over. Hey now, the dream is over. Hey now, with the world comes in. Hey now, the dream is over. Hey now.
New Orleanian Deacon John on his recent cover of Don't Dream It's Over, the 1986 song by New Zealander Neil Finn and the band Crowded House. Deacon John adding a soul gospel sound on the EP Crowded Shotgun House, right here in New Orleans, the land of dreams, many say. Before that, our friend Mavis Staples with the song that took the Staples Singers global in 1972, recorded near Muscle Shoals, Alabama, with the Swampers Rhythm Section, an integrated creative set of dreamers, all at the right place and time. The song written and produced by Al Bell for Stax Records. Our program is underwritten by major support from the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Endowment for the Arts. It's produced at Tulane University School of Liberal Arts. More dreamers then and now, coming up on American Roots from PRX, Public Radio Exchange.
When you want to know what's going on with a friend, you go to them directly because you want the full picture. It's the same reason you turn to your public radio station for your political news. Every day, reporters at NPR and this station go straight to the sources and ask the questions you need answered. Know what's going on in the country and in your community. 2020 election. It's time to listen.
Stay connected to the candidates, the voters, and the issues with NPR and VPR every day. This is Vermont Public Radio. WBTN FM Bennington at 94.3. WVPA St. Johnsbury at 88.5. WVBA Brattleboro at 88.9. WVPR Windsor at 89.5. WVPS Burlington at 107.9. WRVT Rutland at 88.7. In Middlebury at 99.5. At VPR.org and on your smartphone.
This is American Roots with our show about dreamers, then and now. The dreamers today include Layla McCall, a Haitian-American classically trained cellist from New York City. Layla followed her dreams in New Orleans, and along the way picked up guitar and banjo, played with the Carolina Chocolate Drops, reconnected with Haitian, French, and Creole, and found a home that mingled the cultural histories she'd long dreamed of.
I think my parents really wanted me to recognize my Haitian identity, which is challenging, you know, when you're raising a kid in the United States. I think a lot of what has motivated my work is to try to connect to that.
Music and conversation with Layla McCall coming up. Also dreams from the late New Orleans Queen of Gospel, Mahalia Jackson, Bonnie Raitt back when, and John Prine then and now. Here's Layla getting us started in the land of dreams on American Roots.
Before the hunter, day for the prey.
Strangers color blue, God is forgotten now. She told me just you. To get all those blues must be 1,000 years, and angels giving me blues to just know. There is no grass by the end of her eyes. You never lie, she got soul, she got soul, she got
Bluebird from her first LP in 1971, recorded in a small house in Wisconsin. It's Stephen Still's song, originally 1966 at Buffalo Springfield. And before that, Howlin' Wolf, Chester Burnett, recording in Memphis, 1952. His Bluebird is carrying a message south from Chicago to the beloved Miss Liza Bell. Taj Mahal is a man who learned the blues as he grew up in New York City. He had a West Indian father and an African-American mother, studied agriculture at the University of Massachusetts, and did farm work in the summers of the Connecticut River Valley. Taj became part of the folk blues scene in Los Angeles in the 60s, and here he is in 1967 from the LP Natural Blues, with dreams of getting back to the land.
I'm gonna pay my mail blue. I'm gonna move up to the jungle, baby. Yes, I'm gonna pay my mailbox blue. I'm gonna put some marbles on it, mama. Yes, make some standing bys and do. I'm leaving LA, mama. You know that small have got me down. Woman, how you know that small have got me down. Yes, I'm moving to the jungle, where there ain't nobody else. Come here, man. Mama, let me tell you about your man. Hurry up, baby. Mama, let daddy take you by your man.
on the GP, leaving Fort Worth, Texas, going to Dallas, Hotel, Grand Street, Shirley, New York, Tyler, Longview, Jefferson, Marshall, Little Sandy, Big Sandy, Texarkana, and those back and forward. Change cars on the key, leaving Dallas, Texas, and Durham, Greenville, Steelers, Johnson, Southern Council, Territory, Muskogee, Wagner, Austin, Kansas City. So did you? Then I changed cars and jumped in cinema. Out of Springfield, I'm on my way to Chicago. Johnny, yeah, I'm gonna pass on through. I'm gonna do some. Ryan Johnson. That my street people. I'm street people. Chicago.
And that's how it is with the last blow on the quills. Some call it a panpipe, a West African influence heard on a few 78 RPM records like that one by Henry Ragtime Texas Thomas, born in 1874 to a family of freed slaves in Big Sandy, Texas. Railroading Song was a 1928 vocalion recording where the dream is travel for its own sake by railroad. We segued out of the blues rock band Canned Heat's 1968 hit Going Up the Country, adapting Henry Thomas's Bulldoze Blues, with Alan Wilson singing and Jim Horn playing Thomas's quill parts on the flute. Our conversation with Haitian American songstress Layla McCallum comes up when American Roots returns.
We asked our listeners, what does VPR mean to you? It provides me with news and information that is vital to my life and understanding of the world.
VPR represents home to me by helping connect me with my home.
You can trust the content because you know who the funders are. It's us, like this team that we're on.
We're here because we take the time to give and donate to our communities.
VPR is news that's here for you because of your support. So thanks.
You're listening to Vermont Public Radio. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We're calling all teachers. The NPR Student Podcast Challenge is back. Students in 5th through 12th grade are encouraged to add their voices to the national conversation. Go to npr.org/Student Podcast Challenge to find out more. Deadline is March 24th. This is VPR.
This is American Roots, our program devoted to dreamers and dreams in music. Cellist and folk singer Layla McCallum was raised in New Jersey by Haitian immigrant parents. She picked up the cello as a young student, and after studying performance and chamber music at NYU, Layla left New York for New Orleans and began busking and exploring cultural connections between Louisiana and Haiti with Creole tunes, Haitian rhythms and instruments, adding Cajun fiddle melodies, traditional jazz banjo, and folk songs from both regions. Now a mother of three, Layla reflected on her mother and father.
My parents are Haitian immigrants. They immigrated during the Duvalier regime in the 60s. Both of my parents have worked in human rights and activism for Haitian human rights for years. My father was the director of an organization called the National Coalition for Haitian Rights for about 20 years. And my mother went to law school and studied immigration law and has worked both in the nonprofit world and in a government agency.
Well, they've probably seen a lot of very hard things during the Duvalier regime in Haiti.
You know, it's hard to know what they actually saw because they were very young. My mother immigrated when she was 5 years old, and my father when he was 13. It's interesting when I talked to my dad about why did you become an activist, because he was actually an electrical engineer. But he said he went back to Haiti, I think when he was about 19 years old, 19 or 20, and he said he saw the inequality and he saw the injustice, and he felt compelled to do something, and that's how he became involved in activism. I think my parents really wanted me to recognize my Haitian identity, which is challenging, you know, when you're raising a kid in the United States. And so it's been interesting for me because I think a lot of what has motivated my work is to try to connect to that, to try to understand it, to fill in all the gaps in my knowledge and things that I never learned from my parents.
How did you find the cello?
The cello found me. I did not know what a cello was, but basically not enough people signed up to play cello and I got stuck. You know, I consider it the happiest accident of my life.
At what point do you see, or is there a key point where with the cello you see, hey, I could be doing other things with the cello beyond the classical repertoire?
So a couple of things happened. I went to a music camp and made a good friend of mine whose mom was a folk musician and she played guitar. And so I learned guitar at, you know, when I was about 13 and would write little folk songs and always had like, you know, some sort of inspiration to write songs and sing. But then my classical education kind of overtook that at some point. I studied with an amazing cellist named Andre Emilianov who really elevated my cello playing and made me feel like I wanted to be a classical performer. And then I was invited to a party by my aunt when I was 18 years old in Brooklyn. And there's a band called the Voodoo Drums of Haiti. And it was my first time seeing the cello being played in that context by a cellist named Rufus Cappadocia, who lives in New York and who's one of my mentors. And I was just like, that is an option? Why am I not doing that? Yeah. And I think that really set me on this path that I'm on now.
You find your way to making a record, and you have a trip to Langston Hughes as part of it, the very colored songs. Where did you find Langston Hughes poetry, or I guess it found you?
Well, Langston Hughes was a name, you know, that I was familiar with through my. When I was 16 years old, my dad bought me a book of Langston Hughes poetry, and I just felt like this direct connection to his work, and so I started composing music to his poetry, and then I thought, all of these poems are songs, you know, this feels like a project onto its own, so I started something called the Langston Hughes Project. If I had a heart of gold, there's some folks I know, I'd have to sell my heart of gold and have nowhere to go. But I don't have a heart of gold, my heart's not even red. It's made of clay, no Georgia clay, that's where
Tell me how you got involved in the chocolate drops.
Well, I was playing my cello on Royal Street one day. I was on the corner of Royal and Conti, right in front of the police station, playing Bach. And a man by the name of Tim Duffy walks up to me and says, do you know a girl named Sabine McCalla who goes to Warren Wilson College in Asheville, North Carolina? And I said, yes, that's my sister. And she apparently had become a Carolina Chocolate Drops fan. She went to one of their concerts with her fiddle teacher. And my sister said, you should contact my sister Layla. She lives in New Orleans. And she gave them the coordinates of where I was going to be on this. So when Tim walked up to me, he said, I'm the manager of a band called the Carolina Chocolate Drops. And I had been, getting more into old time music and learning old time fiddle tunes on cello. And so I was like, oh, that's really cool. And so I gave him my Langston Hughes songs, and he connected me with Rhiannon and flew me up to Greensboro, and they invited me into the studio. And that's how I got to record on that album, Leaving Eden. And then I ended up getting invited to perform with them a few times, playing cello mostly at the time, but learning a lot about the history of the banjo and old-time music, old-time black string band music.
I was raised in the country, that's a natural fact. Food on the table from the garden out back. Everyone working to make the land their own. Red clay packing with the silver queen rose. Running with your cousins from yard to yard. Living was easy, but the blame was hard. Didn't have much, nothing comes for free. All you needed was your family. I am a country girl. I've been around the world. And every place I've been, it ain't quite nothing like living in the South. Oh, when it's like your house, I am a country girl. I am a country girl.
By the time you move on and make a new record, it's called A Day for the Hunter, A Day for the Prey. I know that as the title of a book by an ethnomusicologist, Gage Averill's book about music and power and culture.
Well, I read the book, and it was one of the experiences I had of really starting to understand the connection between music and politics in Haiti throughout the 20th century, which, I'd read a lot about early Haitian history, but this is more recent. And in the book, Gage talks about this tradition of songwriting that erupted from the refugee crises of the 80s and 90s in Haiti, and it gave me the idea to write a song thinking about what that experience must have been like to be a refugee in that time, and be a refugee in general, and the desperation that comes from. And the song that resulted is A Day for the Hunter, A Day for the Prey.
If I go away, I want you to pray not for me, for the soul to have one night before. If I have mistake, I want you to pray not for me, for the soul to have stayed like before. Wait for the hunter, wait for the prey. Wait for the hunter, wait for the prey. Wait for the hunter, wait for the prey. Wait for the hunter, wait for the prey.
It does feel like your sense of complex identity and where do you fit in has taken flight in the capitalist blues.
For sure.
Tell me about the title track. I mean, that is both jazz and it's also protest. And that song to me is kind of a tragic comedy.
Well, I wrote this song just thinking about that pressure to be successful and have more things, and and how many people struggle with just being stable. And so I was really thinking about those things and asking myself, on a personal level, just why do I want to be a musician? Why is this the right thing? And when other people start profiting off of the act of creating music, what does that do to the soul? What does that do to your spirit? You keep telling me to climb this ladder. I've got to pay my dues. As I rise, the stakes get higher. I've got the capitalist blues. When I give everything, I won't have much more to I am swimming in an ocean of sharks. They are telling me I will make my It can be such a cold, cold world.
This project, Our Native Daughters, it's beautiful, and everybody on the cover's got a banjo.
Yeah, and I'm pregnant with twins on that cover.
So a banjo and more.
Yeah.
And tell me who's involved here.
Rhiannon Giddens, Amethyst Kia, and Allison Russell.
There is something very powerful about 4 women of color standing with banjos resolutely on the cover.
Yeah, it's interesting. I read an interview that Allie did about this project, this album, and she talks about, the tokenism of, festival organizers or presenters being like, okay, we're going to have one black banjo player, and if it's a woman, then great, and so, yeah, to be 4 of us together and be saying there should be more of us, and there are more of us, I think is an important statement to be making in this day and age.
My face in the green, but I'm black myself. I'm gonna sweep that down right off of me, but I'm black myself. Tired of walking around with no shoes on, but I'm black myself. Your precious God ain't gonna bless me, 'cause I'm black myself. Is you washing the blood of your child? Does the land run clean? When they stop shipping workhorses, bring your own way.
You've got 3 kids, a lot of touring, a lot of music to make. What's next?
Actually, what's next is I'm developing a theater project commissioned by Duke University. The project is called Breaking the Thermometer to Hide the Fever, and is inspired by the archives of a radio station in Haiti called Radio Haiti that was owned by a man named Jean Dominique, and he was assassinated in the year 2000. And so the project has been a really exciting, creative inspiration and challenge to try to listen through these recordings and continue my mission to understand Haiti and its politics and its position in the world and my connection to it. And that's set to premiere at Duke University March 2020.
You've taken on a lot of difficult topics, but you've done them with elan and beauty. It's a great mix, and I want to thank you for being here with me on American Roots.
Thank you so much for having me.
I didn't know mine. I knew I could find